Mic check. Mic check. Cam check. Like we're good. We're good. Uh. hmm. Seems appropriate. You said you saw the ring. Okay, cool, cool. I got another ring just like that, like the other day. I didn't catch you in time to tell you though, but I got another 2 GA Dex Max Health ring. I got several Dex Max Health like swords here as well. For again, whatever. I don't know. I'm gonna have to keep one of them though. All right, let me hop on. So did you ever figure out TH, have you ever figure out what was going on with the clone thing doing way more damage on the first hit after it spawns this thing? Like is there like a mechanic to that or like a bug or a a thing? Cuz I feel like that's kind of like important thing. That's like an important thing to know. Apparently Peach has been doing it for a while. Man, it's just the spam clone though. I mean, technically speaking, that's what Heart Seeker's been doing for like the longest anyway. When once Crown got fixed, I mean, we just basically just kept clone up like a lot, a lot, a lot. So it's something we've been doing for seasons already, but um, it just didn't have the obviously of the Orphan Maker. But I don't think any of us really knew what was going on with the big hits. We just probably just thought it was just Cax going off or whatever. At least that was my assumptions whenever I saw him. Whenever I saw it. All right, well, hit me up whenever you can. Yeah, here's my other ring, by the way. Avin, what's going on? Also, fart particles happening. Yeah, I actually came on to try some stuff. I'm actually curious about a few things. Um, so I'm gonna actually use this. Wait, is that my new? Oh, this is Rain of Arrows. Okay, it's a crown of the Sea and Fist of Fate. I'm gonna figure out some stuff. Do you want this ring as well, or? Or is this account bound? Oh, it's account bound. Oh well. Hey, 700 mil? What'd you sell it for? I think you said it was like 500 mil, and then you take 20% off of that, or 20% off of that. What happened? Dang, for real? Uh, cool. You're done with the season? Oh, okay. Well, at least I got this ring. We're at the same as that Paragon. I haven't noticed update after this week the performance got a bit worse. I haven't played since Tuesday, so I haven't noticed anything yet. I just logged on, so if there's anything to notice, I'm about to like right now. I kind of want to change my cursor color. I want something more. I want something obnoxious. I think let's go with yellow. Yeah, we'll go with like a yellow. Maybe that'll help me be good. I'll get good. Like I said, the other ring, you can't because it's account bound. I didn't realize it was account bound. I must have got it from like a Whisper Cache or something. Yeah. Other than that, all the stuff I got is pretty basic outside of that ring. And I guess this sword, this 2GA sword, but two 2GA swords actually. Dex max life. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. So I got some things I kind of want to test. Okay, so my Fist of Fate actually isn't that bad on my chest. I thought it was actually worse. But I got this one that's like he attacks me with the tripper crit on it. But I can't get rid of my Grasp of Shadow that has a tripper crit on it as well. So I'm kind of stuck. Let's see what my other stuff looks like. I think I have to stick to what I have. Anyhow, I guess kind of test a couple of things. Really? Yeah. I guess I guess we'll just keep what we got. But I might just remaster where it is done. Then there's I still can't believe we're getting an update as soon as we are. Like, it's nuts. I'm actually low-key stoked about it just because when they release an update that quick, there's usually a lot happening in that patch notes. Yeah, I think everything else can just go in a stash. They do really need to do a better job with the armory though, and like I think it's still kind of cringe. Clover, what's going on? All right, let's test something. Let's see. I know the answer to it, but at the same time, I didn't. This is back in PTR when I tested it. So, wait, does it have a timer on it? It doesn't really give me a timer on it. Okay. I guess we'll just go to. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and get the whispers. Yeah, worry because I'm about to travel a lot. I don't want to miss out. I hope the season is December 11th and not 9th on a plane. Then did they? Does what's the season end date for this season? Mayar Seeger. How you liking it? "59 days left of the season." Okay, so we're October. Okay, that's why you said what you said. My assumption is that it's gonna get pushed back. Because here's what I think is gonna happen. We'll get a PTR like not next week, but the week after next. Yeah, so think next, in about a week and a half from now. So the Tuesday after next week, we'll get the PTR. They'll get feedback, and then they'll realize that with all the feedback, with all the new system changes and stuff, and combat change, and all the stuff that they said that they want to do for season 11, they'll have to sit there and extend the current season to make sure they have time to make adjustments and changes based off of the PTR feedback. Meaning that they will probably release the season probably a week after, and then basically go on Christmas vacation. That's my theory or prediction, I guess. Okay, yeah, I'm missing something. I think it's my amulet. I was wondering why the boss took it out. Yep, that's exactly what it is. I don't have adaptability on my amulet because I use this amulet for random arrows. Yep.
The wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you? My magics await your return.
All right, let's do this again. I appreciate the follow. All right, Matthias, have a good one. Yeah. Grab the whisper and then mess with imitated imbuements. Because I haven't I don't think I did anything with this since the PTR. But there was no patch notes on it, so I just kind of ignored it. So I had pretty decent gear for this. I guess I had poor masterworks.
It is done. Excellent.
Godslayer boots. Oof. I mean, Godslayer is actually not bad as like a stopgap, honestly. I mean, it's not what you want, but as a stopgap, it's actually not bad. Speaking of which, gosh. Servers are kind of good. We'll help out with the gold. Yeah. Do this. That's cold clip on it, right? So actually, I'm curious. What if I did? Actually, we'll do this first. This works. This will give me like I won't say a new strat, but I think I'd build a little differently. Looks like they make sure the stream is good. Okay, so so that does work. When did they fix that? Actually, let me remove the wolves real quick. Yeah, when did that work? Yo, they didn't say that this was fixed from PTR. They did not say. I wish they would. I wish they would put in like the bug fix section to let us know that this was actually fixed, bruh. Hold on. Yeah, I did not. I was not. All right. So, all right. So now that I have that going on, because that changes stuff. Like I have to update the Heartseeker guide again. No, knowing what I know now. And I guess this will also apply to the push. Maybe not. It may not be as important to the push veer. Actually, you can get the shadow imbue or mix imbuement buff thing from there. So probably would be worth. All right, so now I'm curious. Will cold clip override the imbuement aspect? Robust? Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Anything could be lost here.
Okay, yeah. It still overrides even if it had that. So I guess back to Vex VR. So we do lose Vex Behemoth. We do lose like how quickly we can I guess freeze them, without the cow trap stuff like that. Unless we go at like Word of Hakan or something like that in one of the slots instead to kind of make up for that. But I still think Word of Hakan actually might be baller with this, because then you can also like beef up the shadow part of things. I don't know. I don't have the waypoint for it. I'm gonna have to run. Here comes the lag. Guess we'll go ahead and get this waypoint. I will always kind of see this whole open world that the dev that they built to be such a waste of like such a waste of good art, because it really is really well done for us to really not really be doing much with it at all. So nothing good here. So yeah, all right. So I guess I have to change my skill tree. Then. I wonder now that that it's imbued that the actual shadow clone actually gets the buff to the imbuement thing now with the thing. Like an actual true buff to it. Guess we're about to find out. We're about to do some runs. So now we have to figure out where to pull points from. Pick up Alright, so then we gotta put back on the right rune again. Alright, let's see how this feels. I should be able to tell like instantly if something happened. Also, Eric, what's going on, man? I wonder why that didn't show up on my thing. strange. I feel like I am doing considerably less damage actually. But why? Yeah, I think it's more so just a visual effect. I think even though I got the imitated imbuements, I don't think my shadow clone is actually getting the bonus from the imbued, nor is it really imbued like properly. This is taking way too long. I mean, cool that the effect works. Um, Interesting. Okay. So, all right. So I'm gonna go back in again, and I'm gonna double check everything. So the visual effect is there, but the damage bonus from the actual imbuement thing is not happening. Did I remove cold clip? Yeah, I removed cold clip, but I added imitated imbuements. That didn't work in PTR, but for whatever strange reason is working now, or at least visually. The visual works and the perks kind of work, but not the damage associated with the thing. So, yeah. Because it's taking way too long to kill. Like, way too long. Yeah, considering I have Eldrit's Bounty and Candy and stuff like that, so if my clone isn't technically considered imbued, I lose a lot. I lose so much damage. So I got all the effects, but none of the, none of the damage associated with, which is very unfortunate because like that would have been super cool to have, man. Like, all right. I am pretty sure. So we'll just change that one thing back to cold clip, and I guarantee you everything will be Gucci again. Yep. Huge difference in damage output, like night and day. Yeah, it just doesn't. Yeah, I guess we can't. I was excited for a second too. To put points into imbuements for it to work. Well, I do have points into imbuements. Yeah, see, look, cold imbuement, shadow imbuement. I don't have any points in the poison imbuement, but that's really not gonna make a difference. Like, I highly doubt that that's gonna make a difference. Although, for testing purposes, we can try. It shouldn't be that way though, because with random variables, you don't have to have points in it at all. So, like Word of Hakan. Okay, we can. Yeah, like that. I really don't think this is gonna matter, but we'll see. I'll just do that. Yeah, no. Nope. Nope, it's not it. Stuck. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, don't apologize. I mean, this is science. We're trying to figure stuff out. Unfortunately, it's just not. You know. So, well, sad though because that would have been like really cool. I don't even know where I got these other 2 points from. Oh yeah, the Alchemist Fortune, but actually, you know what? No. Whatever. This is good enough. I'm sad because I actually wrote it on the row page that it worked, and now I gotta go. No, it doesn't work. It works, but it doesn't work. You can't have both. Bow clip and that. All right. Well, there was my theory craft for the for the evening. I guess I'm just gonna just farm a bit, maybe rematch, work a couple of things, but that makes me a little sad, a little bit. Cause like man, like we found something cool. That would have been so cool. Yeah, I might as well just remaster work stuff. I ain't got that many souls yet. You got Fist of Fate boost, Crown of Lucian armor, Fangorger's pants, Grasp of Shadows gloves. Yeah, yeah, you could do that. Since Grasp of Shadows, it doesn't matter if Grasp of Shadows is chaos or not, because the unique effect isn't still has a nice CD, so like it still comes out once every second. So that being chaos is not important at all. Yeah, you got them all basically. I'm hit on the movement speed. Stop it. Boy, just trying to land movement speed is hard. It'd be hard out here. Core skills. Bruh. Give me some movement speed. That give me everything but. Seriously? God, really? There'd be at least 13 or 14 resets without 15 resets without getting the first one to land on movement speed. 16. 17. 18. 19. Okay, we got movement speed. Movement speed again, good. I don't care what else is real. Okay, that's fine. That's still better than what it was. I'll take. I don't even think I really want to do anything with this. Be honest. However, this would be nice to kind of get something different here. Actually, do I have any better Pangorger's pants? Curiosity. Nah. Alright, so this is the best Pangorgers I got. It's a matter of resetting and going. I'm actually okay if it lands on attack speed as well too, but I would prefer the basic attack. Okay, maybe not twice. Skills. Basic skills, okay. Double crit on it. I mean, I guess better than what I had. I like really want his max health really on this. Okay, that's how. Get a chance. Let's just send it. Get a chance again. Join the hardcore still is that fun? I don't have time, honestly. I thought about it. I was watching it earlier. I saw you in I think you was in Ava stream. Yeah, I got there after you did because I was talking about the wheel that he had on stream and like why there were other classes other than Rogue on that wheel. But yeah, I was there. I was there watching for about a good first 2.5, 3 hours roughly. Yeah, I was there. Contemplating on joining? No time, honestly. Whatever. That's good enough. You filthy doing hell task almost ripped. Oh, you were playing in it? Well, it's also like an interesting time of the day for you too, right? So like, that's probably like late at night for you or something. Okay, that's an upgrade slightly. All right, that's really the best I'm gonna be able to do on these. Yeah. So I know you guys got here, but I just tested the imbuement perk, but took off cold clip and did imitated imbuements for this. So I did imitated imbuements and removed cold clip. And ironically enough, it worked. So like my clone and the clone from Shadow or Grass of Shadows actually got the imbuement perk. So I was excited at first. I'm like, okay, cool. Now I can up, because it didn't work in PTR. So I'm like, okay, this is cool. Then I can just, add some points to mix shadow imbuement, get some really cool shadow explosions or whatever, and or whatnot, and just have triple imbue whatever, which is like really cool. So I was like literally about to like change my skill tree and stuff like that, like on the on like my planners and stuff like that, and I decided to do a run and pit, like a 100, which is kind of like my testing ground for stuff now because it's speed farmable. And to come to find out that we're not getting any of the damage bonuses. So apparently, while we got the visuals happening and the effects happen, but clone is not considered imbued with the chaos perk, which is really bad because you got Elder's Bounty, you got Canny, you got the imbuement thing itself. Imbue skills deals. Yeah. So it's like it's not considered imbued. So like that's the problem. So it works in every sense of the form except for actually making the clone imbued. So it's like, wow, like so close. Blizzard is so close. So I had to like retype my stuff again to the people in chat and be like, "Yeah, my bad." At least the Maxwell Rogue chat. Yeah, it was like I legit they thought that they fixed it, and they came so close to fixing it, man. They were this close. And I know. It's such a cool perk. It really is, and it's like visually like appealing and everything. It's just cool. And yeah, just actually, do I even want to do? Yeah, I honestly don't know what else to really do with that, to be honest. That was my best idea I had. I was like, let me try this again, since I had technically haven't tried it since PTR, and it didn't work at all on PTR. So I thought maybe they fixed it. The fantasy, there's enough out, yeah. So, oh well, I guess. At the end of the day. Yep, got to. Have to do. Cold clip is just, you know, cold clip is the only way to really imbue my my whatchamacallit without like having like a code, like an actual code imbuement thing in there. Actually, you know what? I wonder if I had it on my bar, like if I had like an imbuement on my bar, would it work? Because technically speaking, that's how you get your clone to become imbued. But I don't have any skills that are technically imbued other than like the basic, but it has to be through the perk or cold clip, which will be overwritten, which will overwrite the imitated imbuement. So, but I guess it wouldn't work. It wouldn't. I mean, if that was the case, it would have worked for you, right? With your flurry, if it worked that, I don't even know. I don't even know anymore, man. Can't trust no tooltip. Yeah, pretty much. All right, well, I guess at this point it's just I guess min-maxing Heartseeker is kind of where I'm at now, or at least as much as I can stomach. But yeah, we got the new patch coming really soon. Or patch notes for next season coming next week, like early next week, which is actually insane how quick that is. It's like 3 weeks into the season. And like I think that's like a good and a bad thing though, because it's like with you announcing that so early and showing us what's coming in next patch or next season, like you take all the win out of the current season Not that, you know, I mean, obviously we're kind of in you know, starting to wind down phase, right? But it's like once you know what's happening next season or whatever, you kind of don't really want to put so much focus on the current, you know, it's current season. Because it's like, oh, this is going on. Oh, that's happening. It's like, oh man, I can't wait to do that. So, Toto, what's up? So I'm not gonna try rapid fire. I did. I did. I don't know if you may not have been on stream when I did it, but it was rough. I mean, it was it was really rough. Like the worst build, like literally the worst setup I've ever played ever. This game. Yeah, it was so bad. The damage is there though. Like, so my prediction of it being like, you know, like possibly hitting 120 is actually like, seeing as Klepter is worse. It feels even worse than that. Like it feels like way worse than that. But the funny thing about it is that the damage is there. The damage is there, but it is not worth the frustration to play. At least with Klepter's OP rapid fire, he controls where the damage is happening. With the clone, you have no idea what's happening because the clone is so bad on rapid fire. But when it hits, it's stupid. It's stupid good. We're talking about like 800, 900 billion crits per era. Easily with like 24, 25 arrows shooting or like that. Like, and we're talking without cax. It's got hidden potential. It's just good luck getting your clone, you know, to do the thing. If it hits right, basically. And not only that, but keep in mind you have to wear the two-hand crossbow, so you can imagine the long animation you're stuck in, and you don't have any boots to be able to evade after, you know, the animation, whatever. So you're stuck having to evade like once every 3 tries of rapid fire. So you're stuck in animation until Christmas, and it feels so bad. It's strong. It really is strong. It is definitely capable of doing like 120. But no one's gonna do it. No one. No one's gonna. No. I would much rather play the OP rapid fire version by a long shot over that. Only problem is, the funny thing about it is, it's much easier to understand the rapid fire push variant that I did on Max Roll. It's much easier to understand how to perform it. It just feels absolutely like ass. But if I try to write up the OP version of it, even if it is easier to be effective with it, trying to explain how to play that on Max Roll will be quite a bit difficult to do. So I'm kind of at like a crossroads of like what I really want to do with that. But I don't know. Technically, by my job description, or, you know, what I do for Max Roll, I'm supposed to write the strongest version for, you know, for the pit pushing variant. It doesn't matter if it's clunky or awful filling or not. I'm supposed to write the absolute stronger, the absolute strongest variation. So technically speaking, what's up there is absolutely the strongest variation by, you know, by a good portion, but no one's gonna play it. Is it different from any other variation? Yes, it is. Very much so. I'm gonna play it just so you're. Bruh, if you come back to D4 after playing that spec, I commend you. Like if you just don't totally quit the game in general after touching it, you have my respect. You're wrong. People only have time for what you post. Okay. Now I'm confused. What does that mean? You're on death trap. You think I'm gonna play anything? Yes, this one. I guess I could have did Soul Spire. Yeah, but I am impressed that the non-clone variation of Rapid Fire with the OP version, it like was able to do a 113. That's actually pretty impressive. Let's try to delete DT, but it's still our most efficient farming variant. Yep. I think it's gonna always. Honestly, I think it's just gonna be that way. With the way the game is right now, like unless they neuter the build mechanically, then it's gonna be that way until the expansion. Is that the core skills suck this season because the basic chaos perks are better? Honestly, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. The chaos perks are actually better for core skills than they are basic skills. Like Flurry gets the biggest advantage by far from the chaos perk skills out of any of our skills. Well, except Depth Trap. Depth Trap is the other one that does. But yeah, Flurry does extremely well with that. So it's not really the chaos perks. It's just our core skills are just weak, and there's not as much support for them. Like there's not like a Shard of Varathio, but for core skills in a sense. You got Beast Fall boost, sure, but and not only that, but like we got some pretty massive like multipliers for basic stuff in the form of different gloves. Like Grasp of Shadows is pretty big. Other core skills can do that too, but Pain Gorgers really is the biggest player. Pain Gorgers and Shadow Clone, Pain Gorgers and Shard of Varathio with Shadow Clone is pretty much was carrying basic builds right now. If you remove Pain Gorgers, we lose like 6 or 7 tiers of damage. So, hey, yeah. So it's just like basic builds in general just have more support overall, all around overall than like the core skills do. Kind of. Yeah, that's why with the Orphan Maker, you notice that the basic builds are doing better in general because of what I just mentioned. I look at what you do for Rogue. I like Rogue. I haven't played in a couple of seasons, but you're super legit, so I am here. I don't know, just good job. Oh, well, I appreciate it. So I was just trying to figure out what you were referring to, but I appreciate you. Thank you. It's all of these are actually not. I guess I'll go with Aspire. TS should have been playing. Shadow Clone is so cool, but dinged on for a while. Well, Shadow Clone was so bad for a while, and then Shadow Clone went from being really bad to carrying the class for a bit, and now it's still carrying the class for most builds. That isn't ultimate build. So that's a problem. So we went from one end of a problem of the spectrum to another, to the opposite end of the spectrum with the problem that isn't still preferable. Like considering that the AI from the clone is just pretty bad. The only reason why it's found on basics is because Heartseeker can't miss at homes. So it doesn't matter where your clone shoots at, it will always hit something because it homes. So Heartseeker has it lucky, I guess, when you think about it in that sense. Imagine an Andy build, Barrage build in Season 10. I mean, kind of can't because it's like really bad. But I'm assuming you mean like how Andy's Barrage was in Season 5, but in Season 10 is what you mean. To be honest with you, I don't, even if Andy's was like, if Andy's Barrage was still playable now, if it still had like pretty decent damage, I don't think people would really play it much. I say that because keep in mind, Death Trap didn't exist in Season 5. Death Trap didn't exist in Season 5. Heartseeker would probably still be considered stronger because it just would have more. Or sorry, the Orphan Maker, whatever would, you know, basics would be considered stronger. So you still really wouldn't have many people really going for Andy's Barrage in general. Because it's like, again, when you have Death Trap, it's kind of like why. Because like the biggest draw for Andy's Barrage was definitely like Infernal Horrors. It was like really good at that. It was decently good at pushing, but it wasn't the best push build in Season 5. But it was good, but it wasn't the best. But yeah, I just wouldn't. It wouldn't see the same attention like it did back then. How's the season? What up, King Titan? Not bad. Not bad at all. My Heartseeker is squished after changing gear to uniques. That's all you asked. Are you following a guide? By the way, Mewtwo? Okay. Assuming the Mashrow guide. Because if you're following the Mashrow guide or a Mashrow video or whatever like that, I kind of go over a lot of what you need to. Okay. All right. Make sure that you are capped armor and resistances. It's actually pretty hard to cap them this season. So you're gonna have to use instances and stuff like that to make sure that you're capped. Appreciate the follow. That's the biggest people. That's the biggest thing I tell people going into the season. So if you're following a guy, you got to make sure that your armor and your RES from where they are in the planner are exactly where they need to be, and the pieces or the slots. Because keep in mind, we don't have the pants slot anymore to sit there and get our armor and armor percent and RES and stuff like that. So you can't be throwing in a bunch of chaos uniques or whatever without like making sure you have like RES on like a ring and armor percent on the amulet as a temper, etc. I need like 5 ohm and 3 to Zed. Can I help? How much gold do you got? Because ohms are pretty expensive. 200 mil. You. All right. Even at a discounted price, 200 mil won't. Yeah, I mean, it's like 200 mil will get you like 1 ohm. Is it? Oh, it's half an ohm now. Jeez. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't charge that much, honestly, but. Bro, please, I need Starless. I mean, I don't have 5 ohms in general. Like, I don't just have 5 ohms just sitting in this slot, but everybody's kind of hurting for gold right now. So everybody's trying to sell, like, those runes and stuff for gold. So, like, I kind of need some so I can actually, like, get some more gold to be able to, you know, masterwork and stuff, too. So, if I didn't need it, I wouldn't care. But I actually kind of need mine myself, too, as well. I don't have enough gold, I guess, at the moment to just give out handouts at the moment. Because, I mean, ohms are expensive. Dre, what's up, man? But a ring instantly bricked in the night, so that was cool, bro. Hey, bro, I need a new card. Can you help? I mean, I guess what he's asking for, I get it, but like, you also got to remember to Premier Panda, like if you were, how do I put it this way? It's just not a good look in general to like go knock on like a neighbor's door and like kind of, you know, ask for like some money for a rental car or something, like, and you don't even know your neighbor, right? Like it's the first time they've seen you, they never heard of you before, and like you're not gonna do it randomly, and then you're kind of asking for like a huge favor of that sort. It'll be one thing if you actually hung out with them for a little bit and like you know maybe, I don't know, like get to know them a little bit first, and then you ask for something like that. But like, if that's the very first thing they hear out of your mouth is, hey, you know, can I have some money? And they've never heard of you before there, and that's the first thing you ask. How do you think they're going to respond? How would you respond if someone you didn't know just randomly walk up to your door and like ask for money? In this case, obviously, it's not money, but like you get the idea of where I'm coming from. He's our farmer with his robe. He said, "Hey, I'm doing Heartseeker. Was wondering, should you use any Fist of Fate armor, Chaos armor you can get, or is there a way to tell which ones are good versus which ones are bad?" Any of the Chaos armors is fine. Any Chaos Fist of Fate is fine because all you really care about is the unique ethics being maxed out. You don't really care about where the GA lands. So the GA can land anywhere and it's totally fine. On the Fist of Fate. But you do want it to be Chaos though, for sure. So you can get that bonus on the unique part. It's a dirty sneaker job, but someone's got to do. He's already farm with his road. Type of Flare made physical is just that good. I'm using unstable now, hardcore, and I feel the power. Wait, you're using unstable what? On your bar? Wait, what What skill? Maybe you do need a. Oh, unpredictable alchemy. I mean, I could try it, but I feel like at that point, when you start giving up slots on your bar, like what do you give up that isn't gonna hurt you? Because I mean, everything like the bar itself is so contested as it is, right? So like you'll lose a multiplier, right? You'll lose a multiplier to try to gain. Or to make a perk work, maybe. And already imitated imbuements is like, well, you get the 25% and then you get the 12% from mixed imbuements. So I guess that's close to Cold Clip's value, I guess. I don't know. That's hard. You think next season major changes are coming? Yes. Yes, very much so. Like Yep. Next season will probably be as big of changes as we've gotten in season 4. So it's like the next like meaningful changes to the base game. Rasputin versus Stalin, right? Yeah. I love Epic Rap Battles of History, man. I've seen every single one of them at least like multiple times. The next 2.0 just around the corner. Yeah. I mean, it's got quite a few like things going for it because it actually touches systems like actual stuff. It's not just like a season theme to kind of cover up the game's problems, right? They're actually tackling the some of the base game's problems, right? Again, so. I look forward to that because that is what the game needs for sure. It's associated, but had to be the best one. It's kind of hard to like know, like to, for me, it's hard to pick which one's my absolute favorite, but like there's so many good ones. So for D4, less investment is attractive. What is D4 targeting? Honestly, I don't really know if D4 knows. I think they had an idea of how they want the game to go towards the start, and then they kind of retracted the philosophy multiple times throughout patches and season 4 rework and stuff like that. And so honestly, I don't know if they know. It's almost like they're going with the flow of what people seem to like or dislike at this point, versus them having an idea of this is how I think this is how we want the game to actually play, which is why there seems to be a disconnect with some of the modes and some of the content and stuff with philosophies and I guess the player. A very good example of what I mean is the Dark Citadel. Like, no one really asked for that, like, specifically, right? I mean, it's a decent idea, don't get me wrong, but like the game didn't need that, and it was added in a sense to give players raid-like content for multiplayer, which there is a segment of the community who wanted that, but it just doesn't really work well in this game with the way the game is. So they forced something that doesn't work well in this game to please a certain segment of the community, and which no one plays. So like all that work they did in designing and developing it, like, was it really worth it at the end of the day? No. But I'd rather for the devs, or any devs, to kind of stick to their guns and like really see through a design that they originally had and continue to build upon it with more time than to keep changing back and forth or whatever based on wherever the wind blows, because, you know, a couple of guys on, you know, X or Twitter got, you know, is upset and wants things to be this way. But that's exactly why we it seems like we don't have a direction, like a game direction, in my opinion. Like I put it this way, since what was it, Laker? Yeah, Laker said PoE 2 was too much. Well, see, the thing is, like, people get upset about like Jonathan's philosophy, right? You know, meaningful combat and, like, you know, but the thing I respect about Jonathan, despite people getting so upset about some of the things that he's doing, is that he at least has a vision, and he's feels strongly about that vision is going to work if once it's been given time to develop. That he's not really truly like backing down on the idea of meaningful combat and things like that. Like, I respect that, despite the internet getting all pissed off about him and like that. Like, sometimes people just need to see the whole thing through. It's early access. The game is not even out yet. You know, we haven't seen everything that, you know, that the devs really want to do in PoE 2. Just see it out instead of just complaining that it's not PoE 1. But I respect that. You know what I mean? Now, if they go and they try to make a PoE 1, then they failed, in my opinion. If they cave into the audience and just make a PoE 1 with better graphics, yeah, then they failed. In my opinion. Can you have more than one ultimate clone at the same time? No, recast and deletes the old one. What would you do as a content creator for D4? What would you do to the game to be good, and what would I change? Well, I would remove a lot of the power creep so that the torment levels can really feel like progression long term. I feel like getting into Torment 1 and Torment 2 being relatively, I guess, kind of quick is fine, but I think T3 and T4 we reach way too quickly. And we end up invalidating all the content in like 2 days or whatever, because we can reach T4 easily with the amount of power creep that we have. Even if we're not res capped or armor capped, it doesn't even matter. You know, we do so much damage that the enemies don't even get a chance to react or do anything for me to care about defense or anything. For a good chunk of like the world content. I also would do something about Pit. I think Pit needs a pretty big revamp. I also think 15-minute timer is way too long. It needs to be 10 minutes max. I think bosses need rebalancing, so people aren't like fishing for certain bosses for, you know, the ultra high level push pit stuff. I would make trash mobs matter a little more, so we're not just teabagging elites for 20 seconds and then move on. Inferno Hordes, I would actually make it a system that actually scales a bit, almost like Season 5 did, with the different levels of Inferno Hordes. So therefore, we have another way to we have another metric to test our gear in, other than just Pit. I would also make Undercity means something again, other than just being like another content where you just race to the end, so therefore you can get rewards. I feel like Undercity was actually cooler when it first came out, and you had the threat of actually like not being able to complete it in time, because it meant that you had to actually strategize your route and go, okay, maybe I don't want to go that way, I need to go this way because it has these type of guys that will give me more time on the clock. I liked it better when you had to strategize initially. Now it's just another brainless farm mode with mostly mediocre rewards. I would definitely reword that to have meaningful risk with meaningful rewards. I actually miss failing Undercity, because then I would actually save my tributes, like my good tributes, into like when I actually had the gear to actually do it, or the build to actually like do it well. Yeah, now you can't fail it at all. Like it's practically impossible to fail them. Like you have to literally just get up and just walk away for like a couple of minutes to like have a chance at failing. And at that point, you just lost half of the design of Undercity to begin with, right? Like that was the draw initially, right? In a sense, high risk, high reward. Hey, Dad, just bought a 4GA Varathio for 8 billion. Jeez, how'd you get 8 billion? That's what I want to know. Why does it exist if you did not fail your first? Exactly. I agree. I 100% agree. So I guess the thing is that like, I feel like the content is there. I feel like we have content. When people say we don't have any content or content isn't there, I don't really feel like that's true. I just feel like the content feels very horizontal progression rather than vertical progression. We outgrow a lot of the content we have. And therefore, it just feels like we don't have anything to do, because the stuff that we have to do is literally just we can just race through with no thought. So it oftentimes it feels like once you have a good build going that you don't have anything to quote unquote do, right? Yeah, it just needs touch ups basically. Well, major touch ups. Picture it to follow. Itemization update. I know that damage on Tuesday was bad, but now it just feels so dumb. Well, I mean, for what it was at the time, what they did for the game in Season 4 was definitely necessary. It was like a stopgap fix until they can do more. And that more, at least for the masterworking and tempering, is coming next season. I can tell you on the surface that it is a bit better than what we have now. So what we see in Season 11, I think a lot of people will like going forward. Is it going to fix all the problems? No. But I think that the whole idea of doing things to your gear is going to be way more enjoyable than it is now. Am I hyped? So I don't want to be, because like I said, it all looks good. It's all about the execution of said stuff, right? Like I know what's coming ahead for Season 11 already. And it looks really good. But the key word is looks. Right? It's all about the execution. Can Blizzard execute this well enough for me? So like I'd rather see it in my hands in the PTR and actually play it before I have any hype for it, for anything Diablo related, to be honest. But I will say the potential is definitely there. Like, quite a few good things are coming. I'm just reserved on my hype factor. So the amulet Dex and Deadly Venom for 2 bill. I don't think I've gotten any like decent amulets to sell. So you know, but only in words that they're trying hard, but we'll see. No, so okay, so I've seen. I don't know the words. I mean, it's not words. Like there's been several of us from the Diablo Partner Program that has got a chance to see what's coming ahead for the game in general. So it's like I've seen what the new system looks like already. Like the new masterworking system, new tempering system. Like I've seen all that already. So I know exactly what it looks like. I mean, I can't tell you anything about it because NDA, obviously. But you know, I can only tell you what they've shared so far. But just from looking at it, on the surface, people will enjoy the new systems way more than they do now. But do not expect the new systems to be it fixes every problem in the game, but it does fix a major problem in the game. I'll put it that way. So it's not going to be like, oh, Diablo saved, but you know, in terms of the system is concerned, they still got more work to do, and there's more coming past season 11, again, which I can't talk about. But when it comes to masterworking and tempering specifically, which is a big pain point for the community, that will be a considerably better going forward. From the looks of it. Because it has a bad habit of making new things and over making them for the film. Yeah. They've turned some really good ideas or really good sounding ideas into I guess, you know, like, yeah, I mean, by the way, yeah, they've turned good ideas. So good ideas don't necessarily translate into fun when it's in our hands. We see that with a lot of uniques, or I'm saying not some uniques that they put in the game so far. Like Orphan Maker is a great example of that. You know, when we first saw it, it was like, oh, that's like really cool. You know, great idea, whatever like that. And then when we got our hands on it, it's like, oh, okay. I guess it was cool on the surface, right? But in practice, you know. Do you think D4 needs a better end game? Well, I mean, I think end game kind of sort of needs to be defined as well. I don't think Pip. I don't know if like Blizzard really looks at Pip pushing as end game, since they don't really support the activity inside the game itself with any rewards or leaderboards or anything of that nature. It's just kind of there if you want to. So T4 seems to be what they consider end game, but T4's content, or what you do in T4, doesn't feel like end game once you have a good build together. Now, of course, again, if you're not a blaster and you don't play a lot, then getting T4 can be a journey, right? But for anyone that kind of like either follows a build guide or has been playing for a bit, getting to T4 is not. It's not the in-game journey you would expect for to keep someone occupied or interested long term per se. So I really feel like they need to find a way to, like, you know, make players feel like they're working towards an end game without allowing players who know what they're doing to get to reach that end game so quickly and have nothing else to do besides pit pushing. So it's a delicate balance, because, of course, doing that making like, I don't know, let's say a T5 for example. Like I don't think that that's a really good idea either. But let's just say they made a T5, right? Now that's considered like the, you know, the level to reach, and so now that becomes the standard, and you're gonna have a lot of people, not a lot of people, but you'll have people who may not have as much time to play that will be kind of upset that their character, you know, may never reach T5 or whatnot, or you know they're kind of gated behind, or they're gated away from being able to play a certain level of content or whatever. There is that factor too, to consider, to appease maybe 10% of the audience, if that. Right? So I don't know. It's a tough thing to balance, but I do think that being able to have aspirational content or aspirational difficulties in the levels we already have would be kind of nice. You know, making Inferno Horse harder because we want to would be nice. Making, I don't know, Nightmare Dungeons harder because we want to would be nice as well. Because it's not bad content. It's not bad modes at all. It's just we outgrow them so fast, relative to the fact that they're called endgame. That needs more endgame. I don't really know if more is really the question. Because like if you add more modes, but they feel like this, where you just one-shot everything, then is that really gonna fix the problem? You can add like 6 or 7 different modes to play, but if it's all one-shottable in T4, you haven't fixed the problem at all. Quality content. Well, I mean, technically speaking, it still would be considered quality, like well done or whatever. But if you're one-shotting it, you're still running into the same problem. It's not about the quality; it's about being able to scale and like do something with the gear that you find. Like once you're able to one-shot stuff with many different builds in the game, without being min-maxed, then what's the point of min-maxing? What's the point of finding better items? Isn't like when you're in an action RPG, right? The point is to, you know, feel like you're getting stronger and stronger. So you get better pieces and you're getting stronger. And then you get better pieces, and then you want to feel that growth of you farming for those better pieces of gear and better pieces of like, or, you know, making your build better. But if you're like halfway, if you're halfway to constructing your build and you already slaughter all of T4, what's the point of finishing your build? See what I'm saying? Because you don't feel that power just getting a new piece anymore, because now you've already, you're done. So why min-max? Right? You're done. Because of all the power creep that's happening, you're done. You have nothing to do. So like, again, if you add more content in T4 that you one-shot, that you only need half a build to play, then we're still stuck in the same problem. I think we have enough game modes. It's just that we don't have anything except for pit, like, you know, high-level pits, to go, oh, let me see how I'm progressing now in my build. And pits are not really designed that well, so people don't like them in the higher levels, because pits also have their problems. So it's like you get to a point where it's like, well, why am I still playing if making progress, I can't feel the progress I'm making? And then the only mode in which I can feel it, it feels feels bad to play in. Now I'm like, okay, well, what do I do? Then you're not enjoying yourself anymore, and then you just quit. And that's kind of where we're at. So I need something to do with the gear that I have that isn't pit. We don't have that. In my opinion, that's how I feel about it. Dredd says correctly placed content. target for the audience in the game that you want to help. Yeah, and I do think that you can do both. Like, I mean, you can also not bar the player base, or make them feel like they can't do something or whatnot like that. Like, you don't have to do that. You can kind of keep what's already there but build upon it. You don't have to remove anything and just make it difficult for the players who don't play a lot. I think the thing is that the people who do want to play a lot feel like they don't have anything to do. But eventually, as casuals get better and better at the game, or they play more and more of the game because they want to or whatnot, then they have something else to look forward to down the line, even if they won't reach that anytime soon. So there's something to look forward to as they continue to slowly progress through whatever's there. Content is great, but almost all the content is at level 0.1. B content doesn't evolve during leveling, yet alone in T levels. D4 is not properly set up where gear at one difficulty is okay, and getting gear in next difficulty, yeah. Getting mythics and ancestrals in T1, yeah. Switch to the game is aspirational and not required, but in doing so, it gives you few reasons to actually play, let alone deal with the many pure RNG systems and gearing. No second layer of pinnacle content for blasters. Pretty much. That's all. You should make arena PvP like Drake and Saunders. It's lots of fun. I don't know what it was supposed to do that in Diablo 3. I don't really know what happened to it. They turned it into brawling, and then that was kind of it. But they were supposed to, like, there was this whole arena PvP thing that they were advertising for a while towards the beginning of the game launch or whatever, and then they just kind of scrapped it. It looked really cool, at least from what was happening. But yeah. I know people are going to hate me saying this, but you could game like PoE 1. So many pinnacle bosses, so much variety of what you can do. It did take PoE 1 a long time to get to that point, though. That's like years and years of leagues and leagues before you have that much to do. A lot of people may not, initially remember like how bad PoE 1 was towards the start. It was actually pretty bad for some time. It wasn't until like the leagues kept, would transfer over into the next league, transfer over to the next league. So you kind of kept those things that the game started to evolve to what it is or what it has been the past few years, right? But PoE definitely had a rough start. But what PoE did well at the start was it was the closest thing to Diablo 2 that gamers had. And Diablo 3 was in such a bad shape at the time when PoE 1 launched that people checked out PoE 1 because it was, one, free to play, and two, D3 was in a terrible shape. So Grinding Gear Games got very fortunate in their timing of the launch for people to actually try their product out, with an audience that was already pissed at Diablo 3 at the time. So they did it right. I mean, they couldn't have gotten a better scenario than they did. But then you have games like Grim Dawn, right, which is also really good. Like, Grim Dawn's actually really good. But the reason why Grim Dawn doesn't really get the attention that, like, let's say PoE 1 or Diablo 3 did at the time was because of when Grim Dawn launched. Grim Dawn launched when Diablo 3 was actually getting better. And then PoE 1 was like, starting to, to find its footing and things. And so Grim Dawn just never really got off the ground for a lot of people at the time. But I think Grim Dawn, out of all three games, Diablo 3, Path of Exile 1, and Grim Dawn had the better launch of the three in terms of like being a better game at the start of its launch. But at the time, it had considerably more competition where, again, D3 had Reaper of Souls, which turned the game around a bit. And then, of course, Path of Exile. So Internal teams liked it, but didn't see much value or a point, if I remember correctly. Well, I mean, I guess that's the thing, though. Like, I don't think there really needs to be value or point in their eyes. Like, let it be a grassroots community thing. You don't have to necessarily, like, they didn't have to support it. They just have to just put it out there and just make sure that, like, it wasn't unplayable. Let the community build upon it. It wouldn't have been, you know, an issue at all if it just became a grassroots thing. There are quite a few, like, esports now that are grassroots, like, created. Hell, speedrunning community is basically grassroots. You know, the games aren't built or made to be speedrun, but the speedrunning community does it anyway. And they have their own, like, grassroots community in which they do their own things. So Blizzard didn't need to, you know, do anything more than just give something that was kind of fun to play and then let the community figure out what they want to do with it. In my opinion. What triggers you to finish a season? Honestly, if it wasn't for streaming, I probably wouldn't play nearly as long as I do. Nope, Colin is still there. He's still there. So what makes me play longer than I normally would is honestly you guys. Doing build guides for max roll, testing out all different types of bow builds and some melee builds or whatever. Like finding different ways to do different things for a character. So after I do all my build testing and theory crafting and seeing what changed from PTR, etc., then I go back and I choose one or two builds that I like playing. And then I start to min-max a little bit until I realize I don't know why I'm actually min-maxing, because there's no reason for me to min-max, and then I'm done for the season, basically. That's what happens. However, if I wasn't streaming or making content or, you know, doing things for max roll, like I'd pretty much play a couple of builds and be done like in the first week, maybe, roughly, and then move on to something different. Yeah, one of the best I wish to have any PoE 2 Galaxy as well. But thanks for the compliment, man. I wish I could spend more time, I guess, doing more stuff like this. It's just kind of hard to justify it with what's going on with Twitch right now, and of course the need for, you know, actual real life income by doing other jobs, right? But yeah. If that's the case, I thought you were already done with the season. No, I'm actually, so I came into this stream testing something, like theory crafting something, and the theory craft worked and then it didn't. So now I'm kind of back to like, okay, well, let me get a few more resources, maybe try a few more proper masterworks or whatever. Like today, I actually semi-properly masterworked 4 or 5 pieces that I didn't before on my Heart Seeker build, because I didn't have any reason to do it before, because I was still trying to, like, I needed the mats to test the other builds and stuff like that. So now I was like, okay, well, let me actually try to make my Heart Seeker spec like really good. But then again, like I said, once I get to this point, it's kind of like, okay, why am I doing it again now? You know what I mean? But people like seeing me play Heart Seeker, so maybe that's motivation. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, now is more so about talking about what's coming up in the future. I think that's kind of my biggest thing now. It's kind of have casual conversation about what's coming up next and how people feel about the current season. And PoE already free of charge or not? there's like a weekend in which you can play for free. Like they'll have stuff like that's going on, but nah, it's still pay for early access. Arena PvP with modes 1v1, 2v2, v2, 4v4. Rank them all. Give titles. People love to flex anything, so they'll flex towards end game ranks. Well, I mean, so there is a small issue with adding ranks to PvP like that. It's nearly impossible for one to balance PvP. So adding a ranking system to PvP would players will be very upset about, because you know, once one class is way stronger than another, and Blizzard's not balancing PvP, but then PvE is also still not balanced, but yet PvP is not balanced now, and now they have to try to balance two things at the same time without affecting one, you know, the other thing. Like it's I know why they don't do that, and I understand it, because it's, you know, it's hard to balance RNG in PvP. Very hard. Again, they kind of struggle balancing in PvE and balancing technically to one type of game mode as it is. But yeah, like the fact that you can crit and then not crit already makes balancing a nightmare in like PvP. Or bleed damage or poison damage that would need to be strong enough for PvE, but will like literally just like molly up a player in PvP. Like you have to have like two different balancing systems to kind of make that happen. But yeah, yeah. Although I think arena PvP would be really, really cool to do. I don't know about a ranking system for that, because people will be very, really, really upset about the balance. No action RPG has really balanced PvP well. Not well, I'll put it that way. So it'll be an in-game solution. I mean, people will play it. Don't get me wrong, people will play it. But it will be really imbalanced, and people. I mean, I think people would do it for some side fun for sure. I wouldn't really call it a solution. I would call it like something else to do. That you can also, like, you know, work towards gearing for. Because I mean, technically speaking, you can do it right now. Like you can PvP right now. It exists. It's not arena by any means, no, but you can do it. You can get some friends in there. You can kind of hold PvP events or whatever. Like that actually exists. So that is a thing in the grassroots community. But it's so imbalanced that it makes it hard to maintain in good faith without adding extra rules and stuff. But to get PvP, maybe to make their own rules, but never balance for it. Let balance themselves, give them the tools. I can get behind that, yeah. D2 did it pretty good so far. Well, they also had to kind of like make it. They had to add rules too. Like they had to, like, you know, they were very strict rules on that as well. Like you weren't going in with like decked out in-game, you know, characters per se. On the, you know, it was really specific in terms of like how they did PvP there, which was smart. I mean, that makes sense. But I think nowadays, with it being, you know, 2025, I think I like the idea of what Laker said, basically, like give people their own tools to kind of like make their own rules and like figure out a balance thing, since Blizzard isn't gonna have time to do that. Am I getting word from hordes? Yeah. Yeah. I haven't opened up a box in like forever. Oh, I got a goblins. It's like a little harder to do goblins or heart seeker because I gotta chase. Even though I can shoot from across the screen or whatever, but I still gotta chase. Alright. So much Aether. You can offload responsibility. Blizzard surely payload taking the PvP. Yep, pretty much. Exactly. You gotta kind of let the community like do its thing when it comes to stuff like that, and the action RPG especially. Where's my potion assist buff? Oh, I forgot actually. I forgot it ran out. Whoops. I really wasn't paying attention to it. I was running around with like 300 armor. He just placed 13%. But I guess that goes to show you my point though, right? Like I'm sitting there running around and Infernal Horrors, that's, you know, chaotic activity with like 300 armor. And the reason why I can do that is because like the power creep, you know, allows me to not care about what the enemies are doing because they don't have a chance to do anything to let me know, oh, I'm running around with 300 armor. They don't have a chance to do anything, right? Like, so did I really even need to pop the incense and stuff like that? Probably not. But considering that, like, you know, I was running around like way below armor cap, I should care, but I didn't. Any advice for farming chaos uniques, just hordes? Anywhere actually. Helltides are really good. Do the chaos rifts in Helltide. Nightmare dungeons with the chaos rifts perk or tag on it. Also really good. And then of course there's Infernal Hordes if you want like a little bit of everything. But honestly, I think Helltides are probably the most effective in my opinion. As long as you know, go straight to the chaos rifts. Followed by Nightmare dungeons. This offensive attack. Like I'm a glass cannon player by heart, but you know, so like I will like sacrifice any amount of HP for a little more, you know, damage, and then I just play better. It's usually my mantra. It's like if I died, okay, was it my fault? If the answer is yes, then I won't change anything. I'll just play better. Versus maybe I need to stack up on some defense, or more health or whatever. I think that's how I've always been in like every game, any game that I play. I always want to try to find a way to outskill it first, and if I absolutely cannot outskill it, which in most action RPGs, sometimes they, you know, force you to, you know, take unavoidable damage or whatever like that, then it's like, okay, well, I'll do just enough to survive the whatever unavoidable stuff that's happening, and then straight DPS from there. That's the only way, like, I won't say it's the only way, but just 2GA. Me. My curiosity is why has D2 lasted? It doesn't feel special at the surface. a lot of so yeah. Also understand that a lot D2 being or still being around now has a lot to do with modders still modding for current for new seasons and stuff like that. Like they add things and do cool things with it. And two, it's also still like nostalgic to the older crowd. Like D2 isn't attracting new players at all. Like it's not like there's new people coming in all the time playing. Not at all. It's very specific to the people who enjoyed it when they were younger and they still like that game because there's nothing like it still. So like that's why it's around. So it's that audience, but it's not new. It's not newer players by any means. Lots of games back then they're dead now. Well, you also have to understand that like it took a while to find things and stuff in D2. So like there was an addiction to grind for things that felt good for the player then. So you can play for thousands upon thousand hours and like never get a specific rune or never find a specific item or whatever like that. And for some people back then, that was a draw. A lot of games back then, if you can beat them in like 10, 15 hours, something like that, you're probably not going to keep playing them for decades after that point. But a game like D2 where the grind was the addiction, yeah, I can see that. Or really high skill cap games also tend to last a long time with the right core community. Smash Brothers Melee is a perfect example of that. Some of the older school Monster Hunter games still have a pretty decent audience to them. Now, like especially like Generations. Final Fantasy 14 is pretty old. Still got a decent audience. WoW Classic has a decent audience. StarCraft Brute War still has a decent audience. Some games do last the test of time for players in that era, but a lot of new people don't play those. Not new people, but younger generations don't play those games like that. It's just the older crowd that used to play it. What rogue only uniques get this build online? I mean, Shard of Arathiel is very important. It's probably easier to kind of like look at a guide per se, because like if I could tell you get these uniques and then play, then you're gonna run out of energy and some stuff. If you want to do exclamation mark Heartseeker or exclamation mark build and click on the Heartseeker macro guide that I did, either one of those is fine. I would check out the video guide though, because it's easier kind of just to look at it and versus like reading the guide. Is D4 confused by supporting D2 nostalgia? No, because it's really not really supporting it. It has like the devs hasn't really done anything new to Path of Exile. Path of Exile to Diablo 2 and like a while. Project D2 has been doing a lot, but D2 Resurrected hasn't really been doing anything much at all except for just resetting a season in the recent. But you don't have to, because again, the player base that plays that game don't care or don't necessarily care for new updates or new whatever. They just want to play the game that they grew up to love. You got to keep in mind today's gamers and like how gaming in general has transformed. Like nowadays, the community has to have new content every 3 or 4 days or whatever, or otherwise your product is bad. But at the same time, not only do you have to have new content, but the content has to be achievable and easy to get within the first couple of hours. Otherwise, the game devs are dumb and stupid. So you have a lot of I want everything done. I want everything right now without having to really work for it, and I want new content every couple of days. Like, again, I'm not saying the devs aren't right by any means, but I'm just saying like the environment has changed. Like none of those people would like D2 right now. Like none of them would want to, nor do they play D2 at the moment. Because it's such a different game. Because none of that is the case at all. Like D2 is actually hard at the start. You know, it will humble you quick if you never played it before, right? And then it takes you forever to find something. Right? Then you have stamina. Then you have to, like, you know, systems that does not exist now, that, you know, that are streamlined now, that was not the case back then. No, people would not be okay with any of that. Which I guess you can see why Blizzard tends to have a tough time in terms of what direction to take D4, because people want different things all the time, and they don't seem to have a direction that they want to take, so they get pulled in like a multiple different directions, and no one's happy at the end of the day. But yeah. Karate says I see a lot of today's audience does not, yeah. Just for about the items. Or grass or shadows we'll give it a play. Okay, cool. I think you'll enjoy it. It's pretty relaxing, pretty easy to play. And getting the right chaos items in the right slots don't matter. Like any of them could fit in any slots. Pretty much. A lot of these two players are now dads that show it to their children and challenge them to complete the game without referring to any guide. Yeah. I'm 25 in Diablo. Yeah, but the chase is truly engaging. Yeah, but today's audience don't like that though. That's the hard part. Keep in mind, mythics towards the beginning of the game were very rare, extremely rare. We're talking about like D2, like, you know, like draw rune rare, like. They were really, really rare. Burr room like that, you know what I'm saying? But like, people didn't like that. People get real upset about that. And then they upped the drop rate a little bit, and then they made it. They made you be able to farm it from bosses, and then people either liked or disliked it, right? Then we got the Chaos Armors right now, which I think the drop rate for chaos armors and stuff like that are fine, but you still have a sizable portion of the player base feel like it's too rare to get certain. I mean, and for certain builds, yeah, it can feel that way because you need very specific GAs on some of those chaos uniques. But I think overall the drop rate felt just fine, and you can get them from anywhere, which also felt fine. I think the mythic drop rate in the world right now is actually fine. You can actually find them. They're rare still, you know, in a sense, but you know they did buff the drop rate a little bit more. But where people still say it's too rare, you know what I mean? Like Blizzard did try the whole like, you know, we're gonna make Shaco ultra rare and those kind of things towards the beginning, and people were not happy about that. I made a Drew yesterday and played for 4 hours now. Still no mythic drop. Can you believe that? I played my Sork with 0 armor on T4. Yeah. Yeah. We just live in the day and age where like instant gratification is like the thing. And given the fact that like with technology being the way it is now, and you know having phones that are basically mini computers more so than actual, you know, phones per se, like we have access to getting things so quickly, whereas back when, you know, when I was growing up, you know obviously those things weren't the case. Right, so we definitely live in an age of instant gratification, and you know, and also it gets the ability to be able to voice that your opinion on it, like, you know, be able to complain about it. I mean, you couldn't, like back then you couldn't go, I mean, you could complain on game facts if you wanted to online or whatever, but like no one was gonna read it. Not, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then not only that, but you probably didn't have a computer at the time. You had to go to like the computer lab at the school, and then like, you know, boot up your, you know, get online with the 56K modem, hope that you had enough time in the library signed in to be able to sit there and like type up something, get to the site and type up something 20-25 minutes later to complain about something, right? Like it's so much faster to do it now. So like, you know what I mean? Like we don't really value that, you know, like spending time to do something isn't really the case anymore for a lot of things. The telephone line to connect to the provider internet, and it was always upsetting when like your parents like accidentally picked up the phone to dial to call someone, and then all of a sudden you're like, you know, you're booted out, and like your entire game was interrupted. Those days, man. 0 from 0 to 6 a.m. We paid only 1 pulse. So it's cheaper. Everyone slept 6 a.m. That sounds efficient. Uh, Appreciate the follow. Oh, Colossal Fiends, about time. Or one of them. Are you a range guy or get the Spiritborn Agile melee? It should you SO thoughts. So I've always been a ranged player in like most games like this. Primarily is because I don't really like to get hit. Like, I like to be able to dodge attacks or whatever and then build as blast cannony as I possibly can while dodging attacks. And so most games like these, if you play melee, like the game sort of like you don't have many options to like not get hit and in most games like this. Not all, but most games like this. So like you build to kind of tank at that point to be able to just take the damage or whatever and not have to move or reposition or anything like that. So if I don't get that kind of experience, I don't want to play melee, and that makes sense. At least with range, I have the idea of, okay, well, I'm a bit further away. I can deal damage from a distance. I can avoid attacks, things. It's kind of hard to really do that in the melee areas. Now, it depends on the game it is. Like if I'm playing Monster Hunter, for example, then I actually prefer melee and Monster Hunter because I can literally avoid all attacks and parry things and counter and then perfect guard and stuff like that. So there's player skill involved and being able to be in melee range without just taking damage and just building tanky enough to stand there and just do damage and take damage. So that's typically why I don't like playing melee in games like this. But I do for games like, Monster Hunter, for example, and Souls-like games are a good example of that too as well. I don't mind playing melee in like Hades too, like Hades, like the roguelike. I'll play melee all day on that. Because I can avoid things, dash around, be quick, all those kind of things. Does that make sense? But yeah, case in point, I just don't think I can really show any kind of skill impression playing melee in most action RPGs. Skill expression, sorry, there we go. So would not taking damage be the same, easier, or harder as melee? It'll be harder as melee, for sure. However, like with the way the game is designed, it's pretty inefficient to try to dodge everything in Diablo 4 as melee. Nor does the game's affixes and abilities allow you to do that in any manner. So like trying to do so you would just feel horrible in a game like this, unfortunately. I should have chosen the butcher, actually. Just only got one wave left. Oh well. Like for instance, like in Diablo 4, like you're incentivized to pull everything into you and then burst it down, especially in like pit play. Like when you play pit, or either for speed farming or pushing, you're incentivized to pull everything to you into a tight ball and then burst it down with any AOE-ish type abilities that you have. So you're incentivized to literally like be surrounded by mobs and take damage and tank the damage to efficiently get rid of them in a sense. It should be a risk reward, right? Yeah, pretty much. I feel like that doesn't really exist like that. So I have a hard time, like, let's say for instance, like enjoying Barb. Like I think I would enjoy playing Shred because I can kind of zoom around and whatnot and do more things than just sit on top of a pack in general. But yeah, like Barb, I think I would just kind of fall asleep playing. Also Necro to a certain extent. But also too, in this game right now, like with everything being so one-shotty for the farming aspect of it, I think it all kind of feels the same until you get to the pit, I guess. Stores. I should kind of like that ring. Alright. I haven't like turned in down here in a while. I probably got like a bunch of stuff saved up. I guess haven't had a need to turn in. It's like I actually kind of got most of the chaos pieces I want now. So it's like I'm no longer like I'm not like chasing that anymore. So like a good chunk of my journey is kind of over in that sense. Sure, I can get better pieces of what I got for chaos armor, but like at this point it's like double GA or triple GA on some slots. Like a double GA here would be nice. Like a GA on the ultimate damage would have to be pretty nice. Don't really care about a double GA here. One GA is fine. Don't really care for another GA here. That's fine. Don't really care for any GAs really here at all. But I prefer GA on the movement speed, but all well. The mythic. This is a really good sharp Rathiel, so I'm done there. It's like I'm kind of mostly finished. After I get 289 million bling, I'm gonna make you play Barb soon. I think I honestly would have preferred. I would have enjoyed playing Barb more towards the beginning of the game, like at launch of the game. Honestly, back when the game was a bit slower and you had to kind of care about what affixes the elites had and stuff. Yeah. I gotta re-up on elixirs and then incense. None of these. None of these are whispers. Oh, this is my favorite hell tide actually. 54 minutes too? Okay. We'll we'll chill here for a bit. But I would not have your rogue smashing was fun to follow. What's your favorite rogue build, Laker? I went the wrong way. Finally, FIFA Model work stuck. If I make a new character this season, how's it going? It's going pretty good. Pretty good so far. I'm actually like enjoying myself still. I'm at a point where I'm kind of like on autopiloting a little bit at the moment, but like I'm not like bored. Hard to get Season 4 maybe was fun, but I love Twisting Blade when I play with no guide. Okay. Let me look on your second mod. Okay. Cool, cool. Heartseeker has been pretty popular this season. Can you reiterate on Heartseeker daily way back then was cool. Yeah, yeah. I mean, ever since season 4, when I was doing Heartseeker in season 4, and I've always kept up with it since then. And then I pretty much will always continue to keep up with it on actual. I don't see myself like not at this point, unless it just becomes like really, really bad. We're talking about like I can't do any content with Heartseeker bad. But I don't think we will ever get to that point, ever. Started season waiting to use our Heartseeker build. I kept getting flurry stuff, so yeah, they use it. Flurry's actually really fun this season too as well. Flurry's doing really well. I will say that a part of it does have to deal with some of the chaos powers and stuff, and it being able to use some things that other core skills can't use either. But yeah. I wonder if I have cross play on right now. Usually I have it off, but if I had to go trade with somebody or something, I gotta turn it on because most people have it on. It's just super boring when everything you open has trash in it because all the grays are 2+ GAs. Well, at the same time, Turtle Hop too, right? Like you have to kind of think about it too. Is like, even with that being the case, right? Is like, do you really even need those upgrades? Which even feels even worse. Because like once I get them, doing T4 content will feel exactly the same still, like exactly the same. Considering how rare those those items and upgrades will be, I should feel better. Or, those kind of things. Yeah, but I want them so you can master work. Yeah. I didn't get the right Fist of Fate or Grass of Shadows Chaos till now, and you're level 252. So the thing is that like I think it's kind of hard to get the right fist. I mean, I guess for basic build, it doesn't matter where the GA is on Fist of Fate, and Grasp of Shadows can be a regular glove. It doesn't even need to be Chaos. I guess you just want the GA on the Marksman. I guess Marksman Cutthroat. I would think that would be a bit easier to find than some of the others. But RNG is RNG though, so. Yeah, the aspect percent doesn't matter at all. It can be 20% and it wouldn't change a thing. For Grass of Shadows. That's the sad part about it. I don't even know why they buffed it. They buffed the unique outfits. It still has a 1 second internal cooldown, so it doesn't matter at all. It just feels like a waste that they did that. Like a waste of like dev time. Season 11 news next week. Why is it so early? Because there's a lot that they need help testing or whatnot. So next season is a huge patch. Think of season 11 being a lot like season 4. It's probably like the best way I can explain how drastic of a difference you're gonna experience with PTR soon as too. Yeah, I would assume PTR will be not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after, which is really early still. Fist of Fate is the kind of item that has to have the right GA. Nope. Fist of Fate can have 0 GA, and so like, I'll put it this way: if you can get a fist, so yeah, it used to be that way on some like Fist of Fate, you absolutely need a GA on Lucky Hit Chance, but that's because of how it used to work on some rogue builds and stuff like that. Now you don't, the GA doesn't matter at all on a Fist of Fate whatsoever. You just want to be a chaos item, that's it. For most rogue builds, especially like basic builds. Yeah. Because like when you think about it, what GA do you feel matters on this Fist of Fate here? Like, I'll be capping attack speed easily. You don't need crit chance at all because you're already capped. Making enemies vulnerable, I can do that without that stat on Fist of Fate. And then the Lucky Hit Chance, don't need it on the Heartseeker build. So it's like, the only reason why you care about the Fist of Fate is literally the unique affix, which is a massive multiplier. That's it. In fact, you can replace it with the Word of Hakan if you really want to be like, if you want to play like a bow rogue, like a true bow rogue, and you want to like freeze them faster and whatnot, literally you can replace it with the word of Hakan. As long as you stay ranged. Lucky hit was when victimized was 9% of your damage. Yep, pretty much. And also like for like things like Andy's barrage needed that much lucky hit too, which of course was victimized based at the time. So yeah. Are they gonna change pits? So boring. I agree, they are. I don't know why they haven't really touched them since, like, touched them in terms of, base pit in general since they came out in season 4. I don't know what they're waiting on or whatnot. Ignore any sponsorship. What keeps you in a D4 space? I don't get any sponsorship money at all playing this, like 0. I wish I got sponsorship money. That'd be great. That'd be great. Nope. I am not under any like contract or sponsorships to have to play the game by any means. But what keeps me in the Diablo 4 space though? I mean, I actually enjoy the combat of it. Like the combat flow, like how it feels to play certain builds and kill things. The game feels good. It feels good to kill things. No, that probably sounds really weird, but like the combat engine and everything like that just feels really good. I also enjoy like creating builds and more so, I guess, seeing what I can do for the community. Like I think that's kind of more so the biggest thing. Like coming up with like the next big thing for people who like, let's say for instance, like bow rogue stuff or whatnot. So theory crafting, testing out things, seeing how far we can, or what we can discover and find. It's kind of mostly it. But I will say content creation does make me do it more. But then of course there's max roll and stuff like that. That extends the time of me playing the game too as well, because of course that's a responsibility, right? But yeah, I will say, without max roll or without content creating, yeah, I probably wouldn't play as much. I mean, I will come back and play season for sure, like a little bit, but I wouldn't play nearly as much. I don't think. Oh, you could check if you have crossplay on the option. You just can't change it in the game. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I do have it on. Dang it. Yeah, I should have turned that off before I got into this Helltide. Game loop is cool too. Just get boring. Nothing to catch F4 after T4. Get into T4 like one day. Also fair. That's fair. That's also not that else kill due to eternal cooldown. Oh, you mean the Endarios? Yeah. Even if it didn't have an eternal cooldown, I think it would still be pretty bad. Right, like right now, they have to do more. Like it would just kind of just need a buff, but maybe like a repurpose almost now, with where the direction of the game has been going. I'm gonna go back to. Oh, I guess I go this way. Yeah, I don't know when they're gonna do anything with Pids. I have yet to see anything. If I knew, I still wouldn't be able to tell you, but I can at least tell you. Oh, there's changes to pits coming in the foreseeable future. I can say that much if I knew, but like I've seen nothing regarding pits at all. Yeah, that needs some reworking. Thanks, Ashen. Paragon needs reworking. I feel like I don't really have much of a reason to grind at 300. It's like the more Paragon I have, the less I actually need the Paragon because I already have everything. But it takes longer and longer and longer to reach the 300, right? So the grind is there, but the purpose for the grind is not. Because in all reality, like Paragon board is just an extension of what you can already get in your gear. So it doesn't offer you any new gameplay, anything at all. It doesn't change your skills, how they work, or whatnot. It's just more damage. Yeah, Laker, I don't know. It's a good question. Oh, 2 GA amulet. So we need a T5. Not really. I mean, I think if we just rework the difficulties we already have, I think we can get there. I think adding a T5 is just might seem like it will solve some of the issues temporarily until we get more and more power creep, and then T5 just becomes a new T4, and then we're kind of back to the same loop again, in the sense of everything kind of just being one-shotty with horizontal progression. So I feel like that's just kind of like a temporary solution until the inevitability happens, right? Yep. Don't repeat D3 sins. Yeah. Because, yeah. Diablo 3 did that for a while. They kept adding more tournaments and more tournaments and more tournaments. And then, we got the tournament. I forgot what the N1 was now. It's been a while since I played Diablo 3. Like tournament 16 or something like that. And even that feels like a cakewalk because of all the power creep. You finish a 6-piece set, you go from, Torment 3 or 4 to one-shotting everything on Torment 16, and all you have left is GRs for any sort of, challenge, I guess. Pretty much a repeated D3. The Diablo Radiant coming? Okay. That's an awful amulet. T6 to T10 to T13 to T16 did it. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. We're making the overworld a solo instance and scale it with what characters pit level for him. I feel like Pit would need a rework for that to work. I'm actually not against the concept, but I think Pit would need to be in a better state for something like that. Because then there's going to be a point to where if people aren't enjoying Pit like that, you know, because I mean, when you say Pit level, you know, people will have to sit there and like suffer through 13 14 minutes of a pit run, which is really boring and dry. You know what I mean? Like I mean if it was fun to do to increase the current overworld level in a sense, I'd be on board for sure. Playing New World? Nice, nice. My brother plays that. My brother's he's playing Battlefield now, Battlefield 6 at the moment, but he was a big fan um of New World. I want them to bring back the D3 group GR push vibe. So like, as someone who's played a lot of Diablo 3 as well, there was definitely pros and cons to that. I think for like the 1%ers, most of that will be considered pro. Like there's a lot of pros involved in that. But if you're not a 1%er, or you like to play in public groups or try to find groups in public, it was an absolute nightmare. And what I mean by that is that I put it this way. So like, generally speaking, when you play an action RPG, you play an action RPG to create a character fantasy, to be able to blow up everything and do bunches of damages with lots of zeros, etc. Like that's the fantasy, and generally when you hop on an action RPG. When you think so when you get into like a Diablo 3 group and you spent like, I don't know, 40 50 hours like putting your character together and you're trying to get some good gear and to deal more damage, and you think to yourself, man, I want to play with some people now. So you try to join a public group and they say, oh, you have a DPS barb? Do you have a Z barb or anything? And then you're like, what's a Z barb? It's like, oh, it's a barb that does no damage. But like, it's like the most important support in the game. Like probably the most important class in any part. Well, not probably. It is the most important class to have in a GR push scenario or even GR speeds, right? And then they just kind of go, oh no, I don't have a ZDPS bar. Why would I have that in an action RPG when the point is to deal damage? And then the group starts laughing at you, and then you get kicked, and you don't know why you got kicked because you're like, wait a minute, I just want to play with some people and deal some damage. But the problem with that ended up occurring in Diablo 3 is that it developed a meta to where if you're not playing a specific meta class that is specifically for DPS in a group, and you have to have enough Paragon to be considered a DPS in that group, then you are automatically delegated to support. So that's like 95+% of the player base will be delegated to playing support and never get to play the DPS that they've been working so hard to gear for, you know, as a casual. And so that was a problem in his own self. Now, if you understood the meta and you understood what was going on, and you knew from the start, okay, I like Barb, and you knew that your only role as Barb is to be a pull Barb or support Barb, then you were fine with that. But that's not why people got the game. See what I'm saying? Yeah, but they're not forced to play a group. They're not, no, but you have to understand, like, games like this, you are, I won't say incentivized to group up, but group play was definitely more efficient than solo play. So there was incentives to want to play with other people for gear sharing, better XP, those kind of things. You weren't forced to, but you were definitely incentivized to. You see what I'm saying? So like whether or not people saw it or thought about it that way, that was definitely a problem. But it wasn't a problem if you weren't in that subgroup. But the 95% plus of people definitely have problems with that. And so it just wasn't healthy for the game for people to get kicked without understanding at all why they got kicked for reasons that technically don't make sense in an action RPG. But again, if you were part of the 1% crowd, it was all good because you understood. Like if I was playing Demon Hunter, I knew I was playing support or DH. I knew that because Demon Hunters in 99% of cases will rarely ever be the DPS. So you play support. So I knew if I was playing Demon Hunter and that was my main class, I'm playing support with my friends. But I knew that going into it. You know what I'm saying? So I was okay with that. Not to mention, I'm mostly a solo player anyway, so I don't really care about what I do in groups. So I'm a little biased in that take, but I just seen so many people get so upset about what I mentioned that I don't know. I wouldn't bring. I don't know if I would bring back the whole like that type of strictly support meta in a sense. It could be pretty toxic for sure. Or it was pretty toxic for a large portion of the player base. Even if I didn't experience it myself. But imagine doing a hell tide at 80, at pit 80 or at pit 100 difficulty. Yeah, I honestly would prefer that. Honestly, I totally would prefer that. Although I do think that, players would want the rewards to scale with the pit level too as well. And I think if the rewards didn't scale, then people would wonder why you would do it because it'd be inefficient per se, right? But if you do scale the rewards with the higher difficulty based on pit clear, now you have a whole another can of worms to think about, because now if you think if people are picky about what class they play in a game that has no competition right now, they'll be more picky then with the game's balance. It's like, oh, so the game is more rewarding if I play this class instead because this class can do higher pits, so I find better mythics or stronger mythics or more mythics or whatever if I was to be able to clear 120 pit, but my class can't clear no higher than 110. I guess I need to make a class that can clear 130 plus. Now you have a bigger problem in which the game hasn't solved, which is class balance, right? Because then now it seems like your reward rate is based on the class you picked. And if you thought people were upset now about class balance, people will be way more upset then, because then it's going to seem like content or the reward system is gated based on the class you play. Appreciate the follow. And so you have that problem that you got to think about as well. But then at the same time, you don't want to just scale difficulty and give players no rewards either, because then you're not incentivized to do the harder content per se, if there's no reason to do the harder content. So yeah, it's definitely not an easy problem to tackle, but it is a problem nonetheless. World of Warcraft in a nutshell, Anarchy, yeah. You can't solo anything and everything once meta for every in-game activity. It's a bother. Doesn't matter how good you are. But it is, I mean, these things are also, you know, interesting to talk about. I guess I don't envy the devs at all in tackling these different things. But I also kind of feel too at the same time that like I've noticed more and more that they've been leaning a lot more into the Diablo 3 side of things when it comes to Diablo 4. And while some things from Diablo 3 do work, or does, you know, some of the things that they want to do that came from Diablo 3 has worked pretty well in the game itself. I just think that, like, I feel like this is, you know, this is Diablo 4 and it should be Diablo 4. And that's it. Trying to recreate some of the things that Diablo 3 did do well, or, you know, lean more into that as time goes forward. It just feels very almost like a cop out in terms of like design. It's like we don't have any fresh ideas, or, you know, maybe like you know, maybe borrow inspiration, maybe, but like straight up just be like, yo, this is totally from Diablo 3, or, and where not, just makes me feel like they, you know, I don't know. And it could be because they maybe they feel like a lot of the audience from, you know, playing D4 came from Diablo 3, so they maybe they feel like, okay, we could add more Diablo 3 elements. Doesn't require much for us to kind of think about and brainstorm. We know it worked then or there. I guess it can work here as well. And it's just kind of like, I don't know. I played so much Diablo 3 that I definitely just was not looking for another Diablo 3. Personally. But we can even see it in items, right? Even items that they could create, like one famous one, the Scoundrel's Kiss ring, which I would never truly forgive them for ruining Rapid Fire with that ring. But that ring literally came from a Rapid Fire rune in Diablo 3 called Bombardment with the lob effect. It's literally the same thing. And they just kind of just repurposed it for D4, and I hated it in Diablo 3. And then they decided to make it a necessity when for playing Rapid Fire and put it in D4, and it's just not popular. But legit, that came straight from Diablo 3. Like that idea, whole whatever, like that is literally a Diablo 3 thing. To a reasonable level that every class can achieve, like P70 plus, then 2 GA, I started dropping. P90 plus, now you can get 3 GA. That's more fair. Like a Gemini build drops in T4, T15 maps. I see what you mean. Okay. To be honest, they tried doing it different at the start, and people didn't like it. So Sax, I think that, like, I think the reason why, so at the start, in my opinion, I think they were trying to please both
Cupcake
crowds.
Coat raided my stream with 23
Yo,
viewers.
dog side. We just
Cupcake
got
with the
raided,
raid.
son.
Okay, I can't do
You
the
know
dance
how
until
we do.
this thing is
Drop
over.
my new beat for these new viewers.
Alright, I think we're done with the wave. Gotta catch a mid wave. Sorry, I can only catch the mid wave. Sheezy. Out. What is happening? How's it going? I'm not doing too much of anything other than just kind of just farming for the most part. Farming, kind of talking about next, well, I guess the current state of the game as well as next season. Appreciate the sub, Renee. But hope all has been well on your side, Cupcake. I'm assuming you were also playing some D4. Kind of like this one here. Oh yeah, but Sax. Yeah, so as I was saying, I think towards the beginning of like launch, they try to please both crowds. They try to do both. They try to get the progression system of Diablo 2 with like the really ultra rare items and kind of sort of like no like specific direction for the end game in a sense. And the much longer leveling, while having the combat of Diablo 3 and the itemization, like an easier interpretation of itemization like Diablo 3. They try to please both crowds, and by doing so, they end up pleasing no one. So, but the crowd that stuck around, you know, each season was the Diablo 3 crowd. So the Diablo 2 crowd only gave it a chance at the start, and then that's pretty much it. And given the fact that you have more players like Diablo, you know, that would play Diablo 3 that prefer Diablo 4, it's like they're leaning stronger into the D3 category. But I think, in my opinion, in general, instead of trying to please both crowds, I think they just really should have just had their own, you know, this is what should, you know, Diablo 4 should be. Sure, I'm not saying you can't take inspiration from any of the games, really. But I think you still need a game. You need a foundation that differs from both of those games. Because, like, why do that if I can just play Diablo 3? Or, you know, why make a D2.5 if I can just play D2 or D2 Resurrected? Like, it needs to have its own flair, its own quote-unquote aura, I guess you could say. Versus just trying to, you know, throw a bunch of D3 stuff in it, which is what I feel like they're kind of doing now. They're leaning more into that than anything. But maybe that's, you know, that's what their statistics shows, and they'll be able to make more money off of it that way in terms of the audience and, you know, retention and stuff. But yeah, I guess if they wanted to lean into one crowd, they probably should have did that at the start, or they should have did, you know, more so Diablo 3 at the start. Because you knew the Diablo 2 crowd was not going to stick around. They had to have known that. I feel like my boons weren't that great this time around. I got to re-up on my instances again. Yep, I ran out of stuffs. I got 359 armor. I don't like how the waves ends now. It feels different than before. It seems like, yeah. You give a hellboy in the field when the time runs out, everything's go away. Yep, exactly. It does. Everything does go away, and then you have a boon that can kind of extend that. But they took it away from us to give it to give it back to us in the form of a boon. Yeah, I don't like that either. I wish we can just finish off the wave after the timer runs out. But oh well. I agree with you though. I am enjoying the yellow cursor though. 3G glove. What was that glove? It was this one. Oh man. Oh, nope. I think I might do a few pit stuff here. Is that what region do I play in? I'm in the U.S. region. I'm actually about to hop off pretty soon. Sure. I got a competition later today and Saturday. Or at least, oh, I don't. My students do. So I've got to prepare them for that. So I gotta get a little bit of rest though. But I do want to do a few more pits before I go. Nah, we'll do. Speaking of which, are there any quick whispers? Okay, no boss ones. Make sure I got the right runes for this. Just okay. Oops, going the wrong way. There's another thing in there. There we go. There no friend zone. No, got stuck. Okay, yeah, I deserve that. I still literally right on top of the whatchamacallit. Like literally right on top. Cat speed cap is 100. Uh, technically it's 200, but only 100 of it shows up in your sheet. So you have temporary attack speed bonuses, and then you have permanent attack speed bonuses. So and they're separated in what we call cap 1 and cap 2. So cap 1 is what we see on our sheet bonus, but we don't see cap 2. That's why, like, if you're following like a master guide or whatnot, we may mention, you know, frame break point, you know, points and stuff like that, and how much attack speed you really need from both categories to achieve a certain frame. it's unfortunately we can't really see the whole picture, but yeah, it's kind of hidden from the player base. Like for Heartseeker, for example, like you want to reach 11 frame breakpoint, so you'll definitely need to pretty much cap one at 100%, and then I think you need like, depends on whether you're going victimize or close quarters combat. You'll need like 80 something percent on cap 2, but like in the planner I had the masterworks and everything just perfect for you to reach that. Attack speed bonus here, signaling 100%. You mean like on your stat sheet? Is Bill or Death Trap the strongest this season? Depends on the content. For speeds, Death Trap is by far the fastest, most efficient build in the game, actually. But it's also one of the hardest builds to actually put together to get to that point. Like most people will never get to the Exodia version of it. But for pit pushing, like in terms of like what tier pit has the highest clear, Heartseeker, or for Maker Heartseeker does. So, or for Maker Heartseeker is definitely stronger than Death Trap for that, for pit pushing. But it's definitely not a fast setup. So you wouldn't play that in like T4 content or whatever. However, the standard Heartseeker, which is what I'm playing right now, is meant for speed content. And doesn't feel like awkward to play like Orphan Maker does. You going Heartseeker then? Okay. This used to be the old raid song for Dash Easy whenever I get raided or whatever. It used to be the song that would play. Ever since I started like dual streaming to YouTube or whatever, YouTube didn't like, I would get copyright stricken, even though I had permission to use it, so I had to sit there and like, file or dispute a claim every time I got rated for the YouTube, like on my YouTube live stream. So I just changed the song. Way too much work. It's a pretty terrible map. How my resistance right now? It should be close to cap. Or right at cap. I could make it capped if I truly wanted to. If it's not, yeah, it's like close. But I also didn't take a couple of points my Paragon board because I was being greedy. Like I could take all res right here on both to cap, but I seemingly have been fine not being capped. But I don't suggest anyone like follow my exact path with it. This is just me knowing, oh, well, I'm tough enough to do whatever it is I want to do. I don't necessarily have to squeeze or be right at cap. Same thing with my armor. I'm like close enough. For me, that is. But you definitely got to use the instances though. Like, at the very minimum, Soothing Spices and Song on the Mountain. And of course, Resourcefulness. Yeah, I feel like 100 on Heartseeker, on standard Heartseeker, it's like just enough resistances in the rift and the pit to where I'm not like bored, but fast enough to where I'm not making them unstoppable. So it's like it's a fun even ground where I have to still kind of pay attention. Thus, therefore, I'm not like, well, bored, I guess you could say. So, while not necessarily like the most efficient piss I could be doing, is one that I don't mind doing because I'm not like incredibly bored doing it. Gonna get this whisper real quick. He made what's going on. Actually just saw you. All right, let me actually check my check on my rewards and stuff, because I haven't like got any of those seasonal caches in a while. I guess I haven't checked. So let's see. Let's see what we got. How many we got? Saint, what's going on? Gambling cheaters. I got, alright, so I got 4 cash. Was waiting for me. Yeah, how many warps do I have? 27,000. Okay. I'm about to make some room. I got all the stuff in my inventory. What did I just put in my inventory? Oh, there they go. All right, let's put a lot of. I said I'll make another. I'm gonna just. I mean, I kind of want some. I don't know, mountain spices. Yeah, I guess that's good enough. But I'm gonna be here for a bit. Killing these. I might as well pick them all up and salvage. Yeah. Nope. 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 Nope.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
When I'm available, 30 mystics or something, but no shroud. You know, they got season 11 news coming next week already. This song? You know, this clatter. You hype for a change? Season 11 is going to be a big one in terms of game system redesign.
Ain't had nothing.
Which is why, you know, we're getting a PTR really early.
Bet a month's wages for a scrap of me.
When is season 11? Sometime in December, like middle December range. But we'll have a PTR like way before that. All right, so what we got? Nope. 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 No. Nope. And nope. Hey, that's a good ring, actually. That's it. All that.
Good salvage that. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that was a bit of stuff that was saved up that didn't really warrant me anything, but that's all right. They basically confirmed temper and aspect changes. So temper, masterwork, combat, and some other stuff are changes. Think about season 11 as like season 4, like in terms of how big of changes are coming. So I hope they rework the skill tree too. I don't know if the skill tree is part of that package. Like I don't see a skill tree rework until like the expansion, because that's when they'll add more skills and then so like it's kind of hard to do a skill tree rework and then do it. I'll say it not hard, but like I think if you're gonna do a skill tree rework, you want to do it all at once with new skills that represents the skill rework stuff too as well. So I don't see a skill rework happening until expansion. But definitely I guess I would say systems is a big one. That they did mention combat. I'm really interested in more I'm don't really know how to take that, like in terms of like what do they mean by combat, like because it's such a generic word, like for a game like this. Like combat can mean many things in this game. We're talking about like just like, mechanics, we're talking about breakpoints, are we talking about the flow of it? Are we talking about like just like a new class mission? You'll never get a new class before an expansion. It'll be a terrible business decision to bring out a brand new class, and for the amount of work required. That'd be a horrific business decision. Like whether I defend or whether I complain or defend, it's really a business decision at that point. You always bring a new class with an expansion as an incentive for people to buy an expansion. They'll never just give it to us for free in a game like this. You think Chaos Items would stay in the game? I think maybe a revised version of Chaos Items would probably make it back. I would like to see them in a different form. I don't like the fact that I don't like having them, where I can have as many as I want. Like I don't want like a 4 or 5 Chaos Item character, because then I feel like the slots over here just become offensive slots. Like they're no longer utility or defense on the slots that are supposed to have utility and defense. We just go straight damage. So I don't think that that's good for the overall health of the game. But I do think that maybe the idea of like turning one of the slots into a chaos item is fine, but being able to outfit 4 to 5, I think is a bit much. And honestly, I'd be down for 1 mythic as well, but buff the mythic. So like make like a chaos item like really strong, like buff the chaos item to be instead of 20%, maybe 50% or something. But you can only wear one of them. Same thing with the mythic. Like, when you find a mythic, it should feel a little bit more powerful than it really is, but you can only wear one. So you have to make a choice. So our builds are not so homogenized where every build is going to run the exact same couple of mythics and the exact same couple of chaos items. In my opinion. Wait, what? Season new is going to be out soon? Yep. Next week. Next Thursday, I think Riker is going to be presenting the news. And then I assume the Tuesday following next Thursday will be when the PTR will probably launch. Is what it's sounding like it's going to be. So, all right. We're going to raid out here because I got to get up early in the morning. Just make Shaco great again. It's great in some builds. It's great in DT, and also Shaco's is definitely the helm for Heartseeker, Orphan Maker, pit pushing. Shaco's best in slot for that too. I guess it depends. Not every season does it see any love, but some seasons it does. Who to go to this time? Wait, Torchlight Infinite got a new season today? Yo, how many things have like happened today? You had Battlefield 6 launched today. Torchlight Infinite had their season today. Hardcore Solo Self-Found Challenge for Voodoo Joe and friends happened today. What else happened today? Maybe they can allow max 3 chaos items, but on any slot, and then give different set bonuses depending on which combination of 3 chaos you have. But the thing about it is that if you can have 3 chaos items, but on any slot, you still likely you are going to put them on your armor slot so you can have more damage. Because that's in an action RPG, especially like this one, why would you not take more damage if you have the opportunity for it? So you're still going to sacrifice your pants, your chest, your boots, or whatever. Well, definitely pants, boots, gloves, or somewhere around that range. You're going to want to do damage, or pants, chest, boots, or whatever. So like, I feel like we have to find a way to kind of still make utility and defense matter in the game. It's a long road for that. Honestly, I feel like we've gotten pretty far away from that, but it's still possible. But I think if Chaos Armor stays the way that they are, then we're never gonna ever use defense or utility aspects or anything ever again, because we wouldn't need to. You know what I mean? And that's not good either. So need a balance between the two. But I do like the thing, Dontel, is that I like the chase for chaos items. Like I actually have enjoyed farming them this season, and the fact that they were also like account bound and stuff like that. It gave me a reason to farm different activities to go find them or whatnot, or have different ways to farm them. I like that instead of just kind of like, not that I traded much, because I rarely ever really trade like that, but it's like, it extended my season a little bit for me. So That's true. We'll just use Paragon Boards for defense. Hell, we can just put like you can just make chaos glyphs then, and then do set bonuses that way. Like make Paragon interesting, you know? I don't know. They don't do anything special or different than more damage or more defense, which is sad. Because they can do so much with that, but I guess we'll see in the future. Maybe they'll do something like that in the expansion. But enjoy Clip This. May or may not see you tomorrow, just because it's gonna be a long day Saturday. Got my students have a competition that we're gonna go and compete in. So hopefully we do well. So if you don't see me Saturday night, you will see me Sunday night. But enjoy Clip This, and as always, till next time.